Ladies and gentlemen, mediation in a time of fragmentation is the title of the Doha Forum's opening panel. In an era marked by geopolitical tension and polarization and the rapid spread of conflicts across borders, the need for credible and effective mediation has never been more urgent. As traditional channels of dialogue and communication often break down under the weight of mistrust, mediation offers a powerful alternative to rebuild communication, restore a spirit of compromise, and keep the hope of peaceful resolution to some of the world's most intractable disputes alive. It is often up to smaller nations, those without the burden of great power rivalry, to bridge the divides by offering a neutral space for negotiation, investing heavily in diplomacy, and maintaining open lines of communications with everyone. This session looks at how diverse actors, large and small, can help knit back together a world that feels increasingly fragmented. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for this session, CNN's Christiana Manpour, and our distinguished panelists, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, Her Excellency Kaya Kallas, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and Vice President of the European Commission, His Excellency Hakan Fidan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey, and last but not least, His Excellency José Manuel Albares, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain. Welcome to you all. Thank you for writing these.
Sound is on? Yeah, okay. Welcome to this first opening panel, and a really good one, because it's all about mediation in this era of fragmentation and obviously of still raging wars. So there's a lot going on, including the latest US national security strategy that's just been released, and we're going to talk about all of this, how it affects all of you and all of this. Can I ask you first, Foreign Minister, since we're here and you're hosting us? You have written that, as a small state, or rather foreign policy writes this about you, surrounded by larger powers in a turbulent region, Qatar has long excelled at projecting influence through soft power and cultivating global clout via non-military means. Is that the aim? What's your response to that?
Well, I think
they should be on, yeah.
I think, overall, if you look at the region in general, it's not an easy region. It has like a lot of history that kept this region with very heavy baggage. And what Qatar, the way Qatar is situated as a small nation among bigger nations, we have also to make sure that our region is prosper, our region is stable, and basically, our national security stands on the stability of the region, but as a small nation, we cannot become a superpower by military, but of course, by reaching out through diplomacy, reaching out through investment, through partnerships. That's what creates really the footprint of the state of Qatar. And we believe as small states, we have a role to play as contributing to the stability of the region, but contributing also to the stability of the world. And what happened with us distinguishing Qatar in mediation, it wasn't like an occasional thing. It was a product of our geopolitical situation. That's why we are always aspiring to settle conflicts through mediations. And we have seen this fragmented world today. It's more and more needed, the role of those small countries.
And just quickly before I move on, there are some in the world who will say, why does Qatar host Hamas, for instance, negotiators, or has supported in terms of, money and things like that in the past? Why does it, host the Taliban? Why does it host, many parties and peoples that some would consider terrorists or bad actors? Can you give the world the rationalization for that part of mediation?
Well, when we are talking about mediation, mediation is a conflict between parties. And if those parties are, normally if you have like state actors, this is like always sounds normal sometime. But in our region, unfortunately, it's between states and non-state actors. And those non-state actors, if we don't keep the open channels with them, then none of those conflicts can be resolved. And this has been demonstrated and proven throughout the last few years. If you look at what we have achieved by ending the longest war in the modern American history between the US and Afghanistan, hosting the office of Taliban was for a single purpose, to facilitate this mediation efforts. And these mediation efforts remained for almost like more than 7 years in order to achieve to that result. On Hamas also, when you look at it, there is you know, all the outcomes that we have seen throughout 23, 24, and 25 reaching to the peace deal was only happening because of this open communication. Qatar is criticized for, you know, hosting them just, you know, for some very short-term political goals. Unfortunately, those people who are criticizing Qatar, those are the same people who are in need for countries like Qatar to have an open channel with those non-state actors. And at the end of the day, Qatar provide the platform, provide the forum for those parties to talk. It doesn't mean that we are taking one side or the other. Our role is to make sure that the dialogue is ongoing and the dialogue coming out with a positive outcome or constructive outcome that ends the conflict and ends the humanitarian suffering.
Kaya Kallas, High Representative for Foreign Affairs in the EU and Vice President of the EU. You recently wrote a column describing spinning a globe in your office and feeling as though the international order stands on the brink of collapse. But then you write, the reality is that things are not as bad as they seem. How so?
First, I want to start commending Qatar for their mediation efforts. I think, you know, Gaza we talked about, but also Afghanistan, Great Lakes, Sudan. I think in these times where we have more conflicts than ever before, over 60 wars going on in the world, we need mediation on different levels, and Qatar here plays a very, very important role. So thank you for that. Yes. If we look at the bigger picture, I think for all of us, what was the introduction of this forum as well, the international law is the one that we should stick to, because this is rules that protect the majority of the countries in the world, which are small countries. The set of rules and principles that we have agreed to, and we need to stick to them as the core principles to defend them in order to prevent wars also in the future. So one is to mediate about the conflicts that are going on, but also the other part is also the prevention of future conflicts.
Obviously, the key ally to, frankly, everybody is the United States of America. Clearly, they've given Qatar recently, because of the attacks by Iran and Israel, a security guarantee. But they've also been the backbone of the transatlantic alliance. So I don't know whether you've read the latest national security strategy that dropped just over the last 24 hours. It definitely didn't treat you as friends. And I just wonder how you think this. Am I reading it wrong? Do you think that it's just trying to tell you to stand on your own 2 feet a bit more? Or are you essentially being censured? Let me just read a little bit. Depicts Europe as facing civilizational erasure at the hands of immigrants and its mainstream leaders, such as yourself, Foreign Minister. It says the United States will cultivate resistance to Europe's mainstream leaders, and asserts that many of their governments, quote, trample on basic principles of democracy to suppress opposition. I was at the Munich Security Conference when I heard Vice President J.D. Vance initiate this kind of strategy by the new US administration. So I'm wondering, you know, all these months later, I'm going to ask you first as High Representative and then you, Foreign Minister, what do you make of this? I mean, Europe's the enemy, you're the enemy.
No, I didn't read it like this. I actually read the European part. I haven't read the rest of it. Of course, there's a lot of criticism, but I think some of it is also true. If you look at Europe, it has been underestimating its own power towards Russia, for example. I mean, we should be more self-confident. That's for sure. And you know, US is still our biggest ally. And there, I read it as well that we are still the biggest ally, and it's in the interest of the United States as well that Europe lasts, and that we are really still the ally and working together for these things. I think we haven't always seen eye to eye on different topics, but I think the overall principle is still there. We are the biggest allies, and we should stick together.
Okay. You, Foreign Minister, how do you see it? Civilizational erasure. And they do mention, obviously, immigration as an issue. Your country has had quite a successful recent experiment or strategy with immigration. And actually, your GDP is growing. And I spoke to your own Prime Minister at the UNGA earlier this year, who sort of laid out the strategy of immigration into Spain. So what do you make of being told that your sort of parties, your sort of Europe is facing civilizational erasure if it doesn't change those issues, which are big in Europe too, the immigration issue?
Well, thank you.
It should be on.
Thank you very much. The immigration issue is a very big issue for us too, but you cannot avoid certain crises that are taking place around your neighborhood. When a crisis happens, it's your humanitarian duty to shoulder some of the responsibilities that you are facing, actually. That's what is happening with Turkey. Our objective for the first time is to have an open door policy when this crisis in Syria started. And as a result, we received a lot of Syrian refugees who were fleeing from the war. But it cost us politically back home, but in the long run, we saw that it really has served the humanitarian objectives. But coming back to the original point here, you know, in our region, unfortunately, we are facing a lot of problems. And in Ukraine, in Gaza, and now, thanks God, things are going quite well in Syria. What Mr. Trump and his team is trying to do in our region in terms of mediation and peace activities, I think it is largely overlapping the Turkey's objective and our interests, because right from the beginning, we have asked for ceasefire in Ukraine. We have asked for ceasefire in Gaza. We have, you know, asked an international cooperation in Syria to bring stability, because we took hard lessons from refugee crisis that we face past decade. You know, when we mediate problems in our region, we might end up with less human suffering, including refugee crisis.
So I clearly need a new prescription for my glasses, because Foreign Minister Alvarez is over there, and you're Foreign Minister Fidan, but you answered that spectacularly. So let me ask you, I'm going to ask you now, do you only have one mic between you?
There is only one, but we are very good friends.
But that's
Spanish
good,
and
that's good.
Turkey,
that's
so
a brilliant
we can share it.
ingredient for mediation. So let me ask you then, because mediation is hugely important now in a war that threatens Europe. This new strategy describes Russia as an adversary. Does not describe Russia as an adversary, but it does say that an expeditious cessation of hostilities in Ukraine is a core interest of the United States. The goal of a peace deal would be to re-establish strategic stability with Russia and to enable Ukraine's survival as a viable state. How do you read that, given the current negotiations that are going on to try and end this war?
You know, when you're a European, you are constantly asked for what the President of the United States says or what is the foreign policy of the United States. And I think that what we should really be interested right now in Europe is what we can do in this very challenging moment in world history, in which for some countries, one of them is Russia, war has become a normal tool of foreign policy. It's not the only one. In the Middle East, Israel thinks exactly the same way. We think the opposite. We stick to the UN Charter. We think that war is not a way of settling disputes among people or states, and above all, that a war of aggression cannot have reward. What is at stake right now in Ukraine is, of course, the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukrainian people, which is already huge. We are talking about a democratic state with a democratically elected government. But we are going to design with whatever peace will come one day, and I'm sure that there is a future in peace for the Ukrainian people, we are to design the future security scheme of Europe and also of the world. If a war of aggression has a reward, tomorrow's war, and certainly tomorrow's Europe, is going to be more unstable. No one will be out of the risk of waking up and realizing that a strong neighbor wants a part of its sovereignty or of its territorial integrity. So we welcome the efforts of peace of the President of the United States. We think it's good. We have been asking for peace since the very beginning. If it was up to us, the Europeans, or to the Ukrainians, this war would have not started. We want peace. We just want to make sure that it's a just and lasting peace. Just and lasting peace means that there is no reward for the aggression, that there is a sovereign Ukraine that can take its own decision, including which international organization is a part of, and that at the end, that peace is stick to the United Nations Charter.
Can I quickly ask you while I have you here? The US is pretty angry at Spain because you have refused point blank to raise your military spending to 5% of your GDP. I asked your Prime Minister about it, and he had all sorts of reasons. Can you explain where you, as Spain, as a southern European nation, where do you see your biggest threat? And is it not Russia? Why would you not raise your GDP?
We acknowledge that Russia is right now, by far, the largest threat to European security. There is a war of aggression going on European soil. There are other threats that come also from the south, and we have great partners from Mauritania to Jordan. Turkey, it's a key element in NATO and in our southern flank security, and we acknowledge it for that. Spain is a reliable ally in NATO, and it's a vital ally in NATO. We have a historical deployment of soldiers, aeroplanes, ships in the eastern flank. It's more than 2,000 soldiers. The air security of the Baltic states is guaranteed also because of our aeroplanes. We've been in Iceland. We are right now in Latvia, in Lithuania. We have soldiers in Slovakia, in Romania, and we are going to meet, as we have always done, all the commitments that NATO has asked to Spain when it comes to capacities. The only thing is that we can do that with 2.1% of our GDP. We don't need to do it with 5%. So the important is not how much you're spending, is are you giving the capacities that you are being asked for the organization? Yes, we are doing it. And our deployment is at our historical height.
Foreign Minister Al-Thani, part of the national security strategy that just came up, basically a line said that Washington's, and I don't know, I hope I don't get this wrong, but Washington's hectoring of Gulf monarchies has got to stop. How do you, I mean, that must be welcome to your ears, obviously, because it doesn't really talk about human rights and democracy, but it does talk about a lot of what we know that President Trump has always talked about, which is the economy, investment, business, transactions, those kinds of things. You've sat with a lot of US negotiators. You most recently over the Israel ceasefire in Gaza with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. How does that type of negotiation differ from potentially your interlocutors before?
Well, actually, it's first of all, I think that each conflict has its own nature, and we cannot compare like what's the mediation, for example, between the U.S. and Afghanistan to the mediation between Israel and Hamas, and that happened recently. And basically, what we have seen as a challenge in the recent mediation in Gaza was that there were only the U.S. as part of mediation. They were only talking to one party, which is the Israelis. But in the recent rounds of the negotiations, they started engaging with both parties, which has helped us in making breakthroughs in these negotiations and achieving the ceasefire at that time. The difference, of course, between one administration to another, it's been always there. Like, it's not you cannot see one method that's followed by every administration. But what we have seen throughout the mediation process is an engagement and a willingness to push to the finish line, to get it done, and not to keep it open. Now, we are at a critical moment. It's not yet there. So it's what we have just done is a pause. We cannot consider it yet a ceasefire. A ceasefire cannot be completed unless there is a full withdrawal of the Israeli forces, there is stability back in Gaza, people can go in and out, which is not the case today. Right now, us as Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, together with the United States, we are getting together in order to force the way forward for the next phase. And this next phase is just also temporary from our perspective, because at the end of the day, if we are looking at, if we are just resolving what happened in Gaza, the catastrophe that happened in the last 2 years, it's not enough, because there is a root for this conflict. And this conflict is not only about Gaza, it's about the West Bank, it's about the rights of the Palestinians for their states. So we are hoping that we can work together with the US administration to achieve this vision at the end of the day. It's not easy, it will have a lot of challenges, it will face a lot of attacks, but we will keep pushing in order to find at the end of the day a long-lasting solution that provides justice for both people.
In the ceasefire agreement and in the 20-point plan for Israel-Gaza, there was an indication that there would be an effort to move towards a Palestinian state. For the second time this year, the Israeli Knesset basically, well, they don't want that to happen, and actually Prime Minister Netanyahu and his far-right allies boycotted a vote that was to move the phases along because of the reference in the plan to the two-state solution. When you're talking about mediation, how do you get beyond that kind of ideology? How do you get beyond the hard, liners who don't want even what President Trump has put forward?
Well, actually, here where the enforcement is needed, because one of the lessons learned that we have seen and experienced throughout the last 2 years, that if accountability is absent and enforcement is absent, things can just keep going, and we remain hostage in the hands of the extremists, and that's what we want to avoid. And we have seen that the efforts that all of us, we put together in order to reach to the ceasefire that we have achieved this year, needed for the next phase, which is the stabilization, and then the third phase, which is the Palestinian state. If this extremist agenda will just overshadow all our efforts as an international community, then everyone is recognizing that there is something wrong with the structure that we are working through. And I believe that U.S. role is key in this, because U.S. has the enforcement part of that in order to put this conflict on the right track for resolution.
Foreign Minister Fidan, I want to ask you about this because it's also about a stabilization force. The UN Security Council, I think for the first time in my memory, well, recent memory, with consensus and unanimity, voted for the Trump peace plan. One of the main objectives early on is a stabilization force. What can you tell us about how that's going to get beyond the blocks? I mean, first of all, Hamas is still not demilitarized, and there is a de facto partition inside Gaza, the so-called yellow line. And as we've seen and we've heard from Foreign Minister, there's no movement towards this second phase. I mean, is Turkey willing to put troops on the ground for a stabilization force? Would that be acceptable to any party?
Well, first of all, Turkey is ready and willing to do whatever it takes for us to contribute to the ongoing peace efforts that everybody is collectively contributing. And in terms of ISF, still there is a big discussion taking place, how to form and what are the specific mission statements and what will be the rules of engagements. I think when we define the mission of ISF, we should be realistic and nuanced in expecting certain things from ISF, because there are realities in the field. And I think our first objective in deploying ISF should be is to separate Palestinians from the Israelis on borderline. This should be our main objective. Then we can address the other remaining issues. And whatever ISF is going to do is also be supplemented by other entities like the police force that is going to be vetted and trained. And then also we will have a Palestinian local administration. And then we will have a peace board. Now all these organs supposedly will work together in a synchronized manner. When we have this system more or less in place, I think we can be much more realistic in expecting from ISF. But as I said, there is a big challenge for ISF either, because the formation of the ISF, which countries will be contributing, this is a big question now, and what will be the command structure, what will be the logistics. Thousands of detailed questions are in place, but this is up to our military commanders. But then what will be the first mission? I think once we deploy ISF, the rest will come.
Once you deploy yourself, that's the key. I'll come back to you, Kaya Kallas, but I want to ask you as Foreign Minister, I guess one of the questions is, you were one of the first countries, along with Ireland and Norway, to recognize a Palestinian state. And there was a whole load of brouhaha in the world saying that this would just reward terrorism, that it wouldn't advance, the peaceful resolution of all of this. And I wonder whether you think that gave your countries leverage in this process or not, because right now, as you know, there is a massive crackdown by the Israeli forces and settlers backed by the Israeli state against Palestinians in the West Bank, as well as the unresolved issues in Gaza. I mean, people, as you've seen, still living in the rubble, aid still not going in sufficient quantities, and no movement towards the second phase, as far as we can gather. So tell me, and I'm talking about mediation and leverage now, what leverage do you think your declaration, which was then amplified at the UN by many more countries, what did that do?
It's very clear that to work for peace, and in the Middle East, peace means the two-state solution with a real and viable Palestinian state living in good neighborhood with the Israeli state, gives you leverage. Working for peace always gives you leverage. At the time, some people criticized us, saying that we were alone, that it was a void movement. When we see the wave of recognition that came right after, with many members that are permanent members of the Security Council, you realized that we were not alone, we were the first, and we were leading the way towards what we all know, including the Israeli people, that is the real path for security and for peace for both Palestinians and Israelis. We did the recognition because of justice, because it's justice for the Palestinian people. I don't see why in the world we would assume that the Palestinian people is the only people in the world that are eternally condemned to be a people of refugees. We did it because of peace, because we will never accept that the only way to relate between Palestinians and Israelis or among people in the Middle East is through violence. Why we Europeans could create the European Union, and instead of making war with your neighbor, and it was the border was almost a curse for us in Europe, and we turned it into cooperation. Why it couldn't be the same thing in the Middle East? We are also in favor of normalization of relation of the Arab countries with Israel. And we did it also because of pure humanity. When you see 70,000 Palestinians being killed in front of your eyes, in front of your TV screen, children's babies, and when you believe in the United Nations Charter, in the principles and values that founded the European Union, you cannot be moved. You have to do something. On Wednesday in Madrid, we are going to receive Mahmoud Abbas, and we are going to convey the same message. It's time to work to put in place a real Palestinian state. And that means the West Bank and Gaza under one single Palestinian authority. We have to stop the violence of those settlers that is really out of way. And we have to stop all those illegal settlements that are spreading. We have to go for reconstruction in Gaza. And the day we will have one single Palestinian authority that will control the West Bank and Gaza connected by a corridor with an exit to the sea and its capital in East Jerusalem, living in good neighborhood with Israel, I think that day we will have achieved what Europe stands for, and it's peace and the respect of international law and international humanitarian law.
Kaya Kallas, can I ask you, we're going back to the European war right now, or the war on the European continent. The 28-point plan that President Trump put forth a couple of weekends ago was vigorously amended or discussed by Europe and Ukraine. On the other hand, would you agree that Europe has not put a peace plan forward for Ukraine, that this process by the United States is the first actual time, and you've just said that you've been calling for peace and this and that. That's one question, but it's related to leverage. Military commanders tell me that in times of war, either superior military might will end a war, which it hasn't here, or actually, you know, even between Israel and Palestine, or the parties have to come to some kind of, be forced to the table. There has to be enough pain on whichever one, both, to come to the table. Give me your responses.
First, I actually wanted to build on something that His Excellency said about accountability, justice, and the peace lasting. Because one is to achieve a peace deal, and the other thing is that this peace is sustainable, which requires the whole of society approach, really, that, you know, people also accept this. I mean, wars always bring human suffering, and how can we go from this place that what happened would never happen again, and that is bringing sustainable peace. Now, coming to your question, in Ukraine war, there are no both parties because there is one aggressor and one victim. And that's why, you know, if we want to have a sustainable peace, a long-lasting peace, We should make sure that the concessions are on the aggressor's side, that the aggression does not pay off, it's not rewarded. If we look at the last 100 years, Russia has attacked 19 countries, some as many as 3 or 4 times. None of these countries has ever attacked Russia. So putting limitations and stress on Ukraine actually does not bring us long-lasting peace. Okay, we give security guarantees to Ukraine, it will end there, but it will start somewhere else, because the problem is the Russian military. Their army is extremely large, their military budget is enormous, and they will want to use it again. If not on Ukraine, then somewhere else. So focusing on really, putting the pressure on the aggressor, like Jose Manuel said, if aggression is rewarded, we will see it happen again. And not only in Ukraine or Gaza, but all around the world, because aggression really pays off. That's why we have so many wars nowadays going on, that the international law is really under heavy fire.
Okay, but the question really is, what is the leverage that you have? Because if the US is pulling back, which it is, in terms of making you step up and fill that gap militarily,
yes,
clearly Putin doesn't feel any leverage right now.
We have leverage, and that is economic leverage. I mean, wars also end when the aggressor runs out of money to fund this war. And that's why, yes, we see the economy is not doing well. I mean, if you look at the indicators like the interest rate of the central bank, you see that their national fund is almost completely depleted. They don't have the same revenues from oil and gas due to the sanctions, and also, the sanctions on shadow fleet are hitting them hard. Now we have the discussions of using the Russian frozen assets for the reparation loan.
Where's that going to end? Because Belgium says no.
Well, we are 27 democracies. It always takes time to get to results, but the discussions are ongoing. The proposal is now on the table. Why is it so important? To really show that it doesn't pay off. And there are examples from the history, from this part of the world. I mean, when Iraq invaded Kuwait, it was exactly the same case. I mean, if you look at the speeches...
there was a military confrontation. I covered it. America got 500,000
the
troops
difference was it wasn't the UN Security Council member who was doing the aggression, and that's why the international response was very clear. But the case is exactly the same, and there we actually defended the international law, all of us together. So my point being that wars end when aggressors run out of money. By the way, Russia ended the war in Afghanistan when they ran out of money to finance this war. So they want us to believe that, they're doing fine, nothing to see here, we can outlast you. It's not really true. If you and by the way, in that national security paper that you were talking about, there is that, Americans are saying that Europe has a huge leverage, regarding Russia. So we shouldn't also underestimate our own power and overestimate Russia's strength.
Except often from America we hear that Ukraine has no cards, that Russia thinks it's going to win. I mean, what does that do in terms of building leverage for the person you said, or the state you say needs to be defended, which is the victim?
Well, first of all, we should understand, and really, I mean, we have so many examples from the Russian negotiation tactic. I mean, this is the way they operate always. Present demands, like totally absurd demands. Like right now, they are demanding territories that they haven't been able to conquer militarily in 11 years. If you think back to 2014. So they're demanding this. Then the second is like present threats, ultimatums, which they are doing as well. And then, third level is that there will always be people in the West who will offer you something that you didn't have before. So you walk away with more than you had. We have seen this many, many times, and always it brings more war. So right now we should not walk into those traps, and we should concentrate on what we are doing. helping Ukraine to defend itself, pressuring Russia with the sanctions so that they would actually go from pretending to negotiate to the point where they need to negotiate.
Foreign Minister Fidan, can I ask you, I think it was 10 years ago, Turkey shot down an incursion by a Russian fighter jet. And it was fine. The rules of the world were established. You said don't come into our airspace. They did. You shot them down. Boom, that was the end of that. So I wonder, I know you're not Europe, maybe one day, but Russia upped the ante this week saying it's ready to wage war on Europe right now if Europe goes to war. How do you see that, and what do you think Europe should be doing to force Putin to a reasonable negotiating position?
I think up until now, as Kaya has just said, I think Europe is trying to do their best to counter this aggression. On the other hand, they have started partnering with the United States. But now, in the absence of the United States, Europe is in need of finding more creative solutions to become more resilient. But I think the only viable way to go and finish this war is to engage faithfully and forcefully in peace talks. There is a good mediation is taking place at the moment. I know that Europe has every reason not to trust Russia, and also vice versa. If you listen to Russians, they have every reason not to trust anybody else, but they have their own perspectives. First of all, just the example that you cited, Christian, when we shut down the Russian airplane, later on, we needed to talk to Russians because we had different positions, opposing positions in Syria, no matter how much we were opposing each other in the field, but we knew that we needed to talk. To be able to talk, you need to have a platform, a medium to engage. And this has been what I've been advising for my Ukrainian and European friends right from the beginning, and beforehand the American friends during the Biden administration. Fighting an adversary doesn't mean that you cannot talk. You cannot talk. I think there is a huge opportunity in engaging talks, and it may not immediately stop the war. It may not immediately stop the suffrage, but certainly it helps, and it creates extra opportunities and chances for the warring parties and interested parties around the case. So that's why we really emphasize the importance of the talks right from the beginning. But I also agree with Kaya and Jose Manuel that they have every reason to be successful, and so I just hope that the American mediation that is taking place now can succeed, and we are trying to do our best to help them.
Okay. And final word to you, Foreign Minister. Again, this is about mediation in a fragmented world and leverage that allows mediation to actually have some success. The Trump diplomacy is somewhat different than previous diplomacy, using a lot of business and investment and that kind of structure around it. So this is what the Wall Street Journal says. The picture that emerges is a remarkable story of business leaders working outside the traditional lines of diplomacy to cement a peace agreement with business deals. Now, whether that's Russia-Ukraine or whether it's Israel-Palestine, I want to know what you think, sitting in this part of the world, as business being the underlying motivator for A, negotiations, and B, sweeteners for the parties.
Well, I think, whenever we embark in any mediation efforts, we need to look at the destination that we are going to. In order to create a condition for a peace and coexistence, you need to show them the prosperity, you need to show them what can be built if you are building on your common interest. And trying to widen the foundation of the common interest between the parties is a key a key factor in order to achieve a successful mediation. Using the economic instruments in diplomacy is a very important thing, because basically when you have a lot at stake that you will lose if you will embark into any conflict with your neighbor or with from within, then you will think about it twice. And I think that this is a very intelligent way in order to structure mediation around interests, around common interests between the countries, between the parties of the conflicts, and supporting it by mediators, by other international actors. I believe this is our modern world today. Every country in need for economic support, economic prosperity. And I believe, putting our efforts together in order to achieve peace from that angle is a very important instrument.
One last question to the European at the table, lots of, but just usually it's values, it's international law. What do you think of this new kind of diplomacy and an attempt to get, knock heads together and get the sides to understand that they need to stop war?
We are in a crucial moment right now in what we call in diplomacy world order. There is a change. So anyone or anything that can help to bring peace, mediation for instance, what Qatar does, it's amazing and we really commend it. It will always be welcome. We need traditional diplomacy, but if there are other ways that can bring people together, help each other to understand better, welcome.
Okay.
But we must make sure that we are always talking about peace that are lasting, that are just, that are for the good cause.
Okay. 30 seconds.
Yes, I would still stress one thing, which is the long-term peace and the whole of society approach, because, knocking heads together, getting the peace deals.
That's my word.
Yes, yeah. But I'm taking from that means that you can get deals, but it has to be also accepted by the society. I mean, we saw in Colombia there was a peace deal, but people rejected it. And by the way, there was recent study about the peace, different peace talks. If women are around the table, then the peace agreements actually last 35% more than those where women are not at the table.
Clearly, I'm going to clap to that. So it's a great way to end. Foreign ministers, High Representative, thank you so much for this discussion. Thank you. Thank you. It's really nice to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What do you think is going to happen in Syria? Maybe not. We have to get off this.
Christian, thank you very much indeed, Christian, and thank you to all of your distinguished panelists. It's always fascinating to hear from some of the world's top diplomats about how they navigate through the tricky but crucial business of negotiation and moderation. We are going to pause now for a break, time to refuel, recaffeinate, and reconnect with each other anywhere here around the forum, but don't go too far because we will be back here on stage at 11:45 for our first newsmaker interview with Qatar's Minister of State for Energy Affairs. Too late. Off. Switch it off. Why did she do this? Switch it off now. Off. Off now. But they should always switch it on.
أيضا اعتداء لروسيا لبلدان أخرى. هناك تاريخ كبير وتاريخ لردة الفعل حول هذا الاحتلال والعنف. وعندما بدأت روسيا الاحتلال ضد أوكرانيا العام 2014 لم يكن ذلك احتلال فقط لنا ولكن لوجودنا. نعم، أوكرانيا نسعى للاستمرار بالقتال مع المساعدة الأوروبية أو من دونها. شكرا لك. دكتور وونغ، لقد قام المتحدثون بوصف هذا الاعتداء الروسي ضد أوكرانيا كاعتداء للمبادئ والأنظمة والقوانين. شكرا سيدتي. وأيضا لمنتدى الدوحة، أعتقد بأن هذه الحرب بدأت منذ عام 2014 وهناك تخريب للنظام العالمي بأكمله. وأعتقد بأن الصين عبرت لمرات عدة في مجلس الأمن عن طلاقه حول هذا الموضوع. وأنا ما يهمنا اليوم هو التقدم الذي نراه والولايات المتحدة التي تقوم بالحث باتجاه السلام. ولكن أعتقد بأن الحرب ل4 سنوات هناك وجود لأوروبا للولايات المتحدة للغرب، إذا يمكن لهذا النزاع أن يمتد. أعتقد بأن في العالم نحن بحاجة إلى بلدان أخرى تكون أيضا مشاركة كالصين. جنوب أفريقيا لقد قامت الصين بوضع خطة سلام، وأيضا قامت بإعلام أصدقاء السلام بذلك. لذلك أعتقد بأنه من الرائع والمهم جدا لهذه البلدان أن تقوم بصنع السلام وأن تتأكد من أن هناك ضمانات مهمة جدا، إضافة إلى الولايات المتحدة، الصين، برازيل وجنوب أفريقيا. لذلك أعتقد بأنه حاليا من المهم التفكير بذلك. ولكن كيف يمكن الحصول على مقاربة الأمم المتحدة على قمة السلام للأمم المتحدة وتسليط الضوء على ذلك والمحادثات ال7 أطراف والاتحاد الأوروبي أيضا، ومؤخرا أيضا السياسات الخارجية في ألاسكا وبلدان الأسرة والتي يجب أن تلعب دورا مهما للمحافظة على السلام والسلام الدائم. وأعتقد بأنه الوقت قد ملائم للأطراف للتدخل، وأيضا كما تدخل الأطراف ال7 في الموضوع الإيراني. هذه أمور مهمة جدا الحصول على مقاربتين متعددة الأطراف. دعني أسألك سؤال. في الاحتفال لهذا المنتدى حول العدالة كانت هناك رسائل كبيرة، والأوكرانيون بالإضافة إلى الأوروبيون يقولون لماذا هناك عدالة؟ أن تم السماح لروسيا باحتلال أرض بقوة. ما رأيك؟ أعتقد بأن ما نرى الولايات المتحدة وتقوم به الرئيس الأوكراني الأساسية وما نحن بحاجة إليه اليوم هو الوصول إلى وقف إطلاق النار. عندما نقوم بذلك من بعدها نقوم بالتوجه إلى عملية صنع السلام، وأوكرانيا والصين بالطبع شركاء. هناك الكثير من الأمور والصين يمكنها أن تلعب دورا مهما في عملية إعادة البناء والبناء التحتية. أعتقد بأنه يمكن العودة إلى مجلس الأمن تبع الأمم المتحدة وأن حل هذه الأمور، وأن وافقت روسيا على نقاط ما يمكن أن نذهب إلى المجلس ونقوم باتباع مبادئ الأمم المتحدة والتوصل إلى الحلول. معالي الوزير، ما رأيك بما تعرضه الصين؟ ويمكن أن يقول البعض بأن الصين اليوم ترى أن هناك فرص للحصول على الضغط الدولي. إذن كان هناك نقاش في بيجينغ منذ سنوات حول إن كانت الصين بلد محايد أو العكس يتدخل في التاريخ. الدكتور وونغ أشار إلى البلدان الغربية كعامل للدعم لأوكرانيا والعمل ضد روسيا، ولكن هناك معسكر آخر يقوم بتصعيد الاضطراب في البلدان، وأيضا تم ذكر ذلك في مناسبات كثيرة. في بعض الأحيان الصين تلعب دورا. نعم، هناك مجموعتان من البلدان، مجموعة شاطر رؤية أوكرانيا وفقا لميثاق الأمم المتحدة، ومجموعة أخرى من البلدان ترى فرصة للتغيير ولتغيير النظام. هذه أول إجابة لسؤالك، وأعتقد أن البلدان مع روسيا والصين قامت بالمحافظة على مصداقيتها مع الأعضاء الخمس. روسيا بالطبع خسرت عندما قررت في 2014 دعوة أوكرانيا إلى هذه الحرب. لذلك هناك 4 أعضاء في هذه المبادئ التي تعتبر موثوقة، أعتقد أن تكلمنا عن النظام في المستقبل والمحافظة على الأنظمة الحالية مع بعض التعديلات والتحسينات. الصين يجب ضمها ويجب أن تلعب دورا فعالا، ولكن في الوقت نفسه على الأقل الإجابة الأوروبية تكون برؤية الصين تنادي بوقف إطلاق النار. هذا على المستوى الشفهي. كلمة حرب مفقودة من الإجابة الرسمية، بما أنه ليس لدينا تفاهم مشترك حول ما يحصل في أوكرانيا وحول الحرب، سوف يكون من الصعب جدا الوصول إلى نقاش بناء. أيها المفوض، ما الذي ترغب من أوروبا أن تقوم به اليوم؟ هي لا تقوم بجهود كبيرة حول الإفراج عن الأصول الأوكرانية. هل هذا موضوع واقعي؟ وما الذي نتوقعه من أوروبا؟ سؤال صعب جدا. ولكن سوف نستمر بالقيام بقدر المستطاع بما نقدر عليه لوجود السلام في أوكرانيا. عندما بدأت بكلمتي لقد قدرت دولة قطر وما تقوم به، وعندما نتكلم عن عملية المفاوضات عن العدالة، ذلك يعني أننا بحاجة إشراك كافة الأشخاص الذين يمكنهم القيام بأمور ملموسة، وليس فقط التكلم عن ميثاق الأمم المتحدة، القواعد الجديدة، الاحتمالات الجديدة، الإمكانيات الجديدة لأوكرانيا. يجب القيام ببعض الخطوات ربما صغيرة ولكن ملموسة في هذه الغرفة. يمكن أن نرى معالي الشخصيات القطرية في 2023 قمنا بافتتاح الدعم للأطفال الأوكرانيين، ولكن من جهة أخرى كانت صعبة جدا، حالات صعبة. روسيا لم تقوم بترحيل أي طفل أوكراني، كانت بروباغندا أوكرانية بالنسبة إليهم. اليوم نعود مجددا بإعادة 1852 طفل أوكراني، وذلك يعني بأننا قمنا بإنقاذ كل هؤلاء الأطفال، ما يعني بأنه يمكننا القيام بكل ما نراه مراسما كل يوم وإشراك مشاركين جدد، محاولة إيجاد حلول جديدة تكون ملموسة وليس فقط عبر التكلم. وليس فقط عبر التكلم. in Canada when the president mused on whether it might be good for the United States to take over Canada. And Canadians have said, look, is this really compatible with NATO for a start? What do you as representatives for NATO say to that?
Well, you know, this is one of the things I learned when I was Attorney General of the United States in the first Trump administration is providing commentary to every single thing that President Trump says or tweets, especially. You know, what he says and what he tweets speaks for itself, and why he's doing it. And you know, I certainly understand his position on Canada, which was, you know, if you think about how Canada trades with the United States, you know, it is very difficult for example, our dairy farmers, or at least it has been. Again, you know, the negotiations are ongoing, and who knows where it lands. But you know, you know, the practices and the trade that Canada has done advantage. You know, it takes dramatic advantage of their proximity, takes dramatic advantage of our free and open markets, and closes markets to many things. And as a son of Iowa, and you know, a heart for farmers, I understand that those kind of, you know, not having markets where we can send oftentimes our, you know, commodities that are high quality and inexpensive comparatively, you know, that disadvantages American farmers. And you know, if you're an America First president, you want to advantage all your citizens, and you know, including farmers. And so, you know, President Trump, I think, uniquely understands leverage. He uniquely understands how to publicly message things, to put issues that have maybe not been talked about enough into the conversation. And you know, I think it's really, you know, put Canada, I think, in a difficult spot. I don't think our trade relationships, and this is one of the things that I made sure didn't bleed in, whether it was the trade discussions with the EU or whether it's trade discussions with Canada, did not let that bleed into the security architecture of the North Atlantic, and how we are going to protect our 1 billion citizens and make sure that we have a strong alliance, and that strength is going to ensure not only our security but ensure peace. And so, you know, sort of a lot of the issues regarding trade, just not in my, you know, remit. And we have plenty of people that deal with that on a daily basis that, you know, are better to talk about kind of any individual country or trading bloc.
Yes, I wasn't speaking of Canada purely in terms of trade, though you've answered it that way. Let me switch to Ukraine. And the previous session here was about Ukraine and what would take us towards a durable peace. Do you think that there is a risk that a deal with Russia at this point rewards it for taking territory by force?
No, I don't, because ultimately, whatever the deal that's made is going to have to be agreed to by both sides, mediated by the United States. Certainly, we've seen, you know, just today I was reading that Umarov has been with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for the last 3 days in Miami, you know, and they had just got back from Moscow. And so I think this is how negotiations work, how shuttle diplomacy works. And this is probably our best chance. You know, we're closer than we've ever been to peace. And this is, you know, as President Trump has said, this is a tough situation to get to the right spot. And you know, ultimately, this war needs to end. It's been going on for almost 4 years with millions of casualties and real devastation to a country, Ukraine, which I just visited 4 weeks ago myself, and you know, met with all the key people. I went over to Kharkiv to see firsthand sort of how technology, especially, is being deployed on the battlefield, and how Ukraine's you know, continuing, you know, Russian invasion. And but you know, we should all be you know, encouraged.
Because you have to do here.
Again.
Peace in any climate.
تقيم على الأوكرانيون أن يوافقوا على أي اتفاق، والروس أيضا ينبغي أن يبرهنوا أنهم لديهم نية صافية بإنهاء هذه الحرب. هل أعضاء حلف شمال الأطلسي والأوروبيون منهم بشكل أساسي يؤمنون بأن الناتو سوف تدافع عنهم إذا ما قررت روسيا يوما من الأيام؟
Article 3 comes before Article 5, which says that each member country is going to contribute not only to the collective defense, but their individual defense. And so we need everybody to continue to invest. But like, especially on the eastern flank, which would be the most likely place for, if Russia were to make a foolish mistake and try to challenge the NATO alliance. I mean, Finland is a rock star when it comes to providing for their own defense, and population wise, not a huge country, but they have a all of country approach, all of society approach that really a lot many of us could learn from. And then the Baltics, they're all at 5% already, if not this year, then next year. Poland, certainly a very strong country militarily and continues to get stronger. And all down the line, I was just in Romania several weeks ago, where I saw a fast deployment of French troops to Romania to exercise. And Turkey obviously has the largest army in NATO, and so I feel good about where we are. But could we be better? Sure. Could we be even ready, more ready than we are now? Yes. But at the same time, the United States and all NATO allies take our Article 5 commitments in the treaty very seriously. And, we practice, we exercise, we have plans, and we have always looking for ways to get stronger and even increase deterrence from where we're at today. So I don't, the likelihood of that happening anytime soon, if at all, I think would be very low. But at the same time, I've said this before, Russia is very reckless, and ultimately you can't predict what they will do. The hybrid threats and activities have been, well documented. And so we just need to continue to get stronger and to make sure that we don't demonstrate an inch of weakness, because we're not weak. NATO is not only strong now, but, as we continue to implement the 5% commitment from The Hague, I think we're going to be, really not only the strongest alliance in the history of the planet, but really a dramatic force to be reckoned with.
Mm-hmm. We're in the Middle East. The national security strategy talks about, thankfully, a striking word, the US being able to withdraw somewhat from the Middle East. What does that mean, including for the large military base here in Qatar?
Yeah, I think one of the things that we need to appreciate is that recognition is that the United States cannot be the world's policeman. We cannot be this rapid deployed force that goes everywhere to settle every conflict. We expect our allies to step up. We expect our allies to be strong as well and collaborate and cooperate with the United States. I mean, here in Qatar, obviously, great ally, probably one of our best allies outside of NATO, if not the best non-NATO ally, and a country that wants to commit to modernizing and making sure that they have the weapons and forces that can be a net security provider. And I think that's what we're looking for. We're looking for our allies to develop themselves to be interoperable with the United States and our other allies, and that is what's going to be the force multiplier for the United States, so that we don't have to have aircraft carriers and battleships, cruising everywhere at all times, that we can rely on our friends and partners and allies to do some of that heavy lifting as well. And at the same time, the United States provides unique capabilities, and I think we're always going to have those conversations both on a bilateral level, inside of NATO and elsewhere, to talk about who can bring what capabilities, how ready are they. I mean, it's a very sophisticated way of doing things. Only the United States can do it, and we will continue to lead, but we're going to obviously expect others to step up and not just be, hope that the United States shows up, with our Marines or our Army or Air Force, Navy at any given time. just because there's a crisis that could have been resolved at the regional level. So I think for me, the national security strategy, as I've had a chance to digest it just over the last less than 48 hours. I think I woke up yesterday and it was in my inbox. Is
the world is with you on that.
Yeah, is a clear-eyed statement of not only the United States continuing to do what it wants to do, but a refocusing again on our priorities. And I said it's the homeland.
I just want to be clear though. Are you calling for Middle Eastern countries to spend more on defense?
Yeah, I think the NATO standard is now the worldwide standard. I think the 5%. And the formula that we developed is the worldwide standard. I think we expect countries to dramatically increase their own defense capabilities. Obviously, U.S. weapons and munitions are the best. We need to look for co-production opportunities, not only of Patriot missiles, but of all types of weapons and joint ventures. But the thing that we need to collaborate with our friends and allies the most is in dropping the price of a lot of these systems, because what we've learned from Ukraine, we've learned a lot of lessons. One of the lessons that we've learned, I think, is that good enough when you're fighting a war is oftentimes the standard. These exquisite systems just are not going to make sense when you're firing expensive missiles against Shaheds. You're going to lose that money game of war, unfortunately. And so we're going to look for cheaper, attritable air defense. We're going to do it much more effectively and efficiently. And that's what, again, that's going to be the defense and the strength that guarantees and ensures peace.
The ambassador has kindly said he will take a couple of questions, and we're going to squeeze them in.
They have to be good questions.
They have to be good ones, and they have to be short. He's short of time. There's one right in the front here.
Thank you, Ambassador. President Trump has this very
Excuse me, would you like to say who you are?
Yes, I'm Gustavo Alegrete. I'm an international reporter and TV anchor. I'm based in Washington, D.C. President Trump has been very tough with Spain, asking the government of Spain to increase from 2 to 5% within the NATO. And the government has been reluctant to do so. Actually, in the opening, we heard this morning from the Foreign Affairs Minister of Spain saying, it's not what you allocate in terms of money, but in terms of delivering what the NATO is asking to the government. And Spain is complying with all what NATO has asked to Spain.
Excuse me, it is a good question, except it's not yet a question. Please, could you get to that bit?
No, you said that the standard is 5%. You have been in Spain recently, as you mentioned.
I was.
What was your message to the Spanish government? Yeah. They have not changed their position so
Thank
far.
you. Can we get that there? And I'm going to take the woman here in blue.
You're really good at running an efficient ship here.
Well, I have a clock in front of me.
Yes, big congratulations to the moderator. Excellent moderation. Ambassador, Katarzyna Pisarska, I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum. And as you've been so kind to mention, Poland has been spending 2% since starting from 2014 and 5% before it was sexy and expected. And yet, I have to say today in Poland, there is waning confidence that the United States will deliver. We are worried that the type of negotiations the current administration is conducting with Moscow over our heads, negotiations where your administration shows us plans where it is discussed, again, without our presence, where European fighter jets will be located.
Again,
what would you tell?
Forgive me for all your nice compliments.
What would you tell today to the Polish society? What would you tell to the Eastern Flag members, which are actually thinking whether America is really committed or simply selling out Europe?
Thank you.
Both great questions, and I will answer these as efficiently as possible. But now everybody in the room can see what I'm dealing with at NATO. But
you're dealing with a lot of European questions.
I just heard this from Minister Sikorski, a couple of days ago when we had our foreign ministerial in Brussels. So I'm very familiar with the Polish thoughts on not only the original 28-point plan, which is obviously not what is being discussed right now, and where we're at with our allies and making sure that they either participate or are kept informed on the negotiation. So I'll come back to that. First, I want to talk about Spain because I was just in Spain a couple weeks ago, and I met with senior defense and foreign ministry officials. And what I would tell you, and what I said to them is they are right that it is all about NATO capabilities. We all sat down. The Supreme Allied Commander of Europe sat down and said, if a war breaks out on the continent, this is what you're all bringing to the fight. And Spain has a very clear list of what they need to do. And their position continues to be that it will take them 2% to provide those capabilities. We all agreed to disagree at The Hague, and Spain agreed to the declaration. There was no footnote, no exception for Spain. And so, history will tell. And Spain, I will guarantee you, will have those capabilities. Price tag, we'll find out. Smart people that know how much these capabilities cost say it's going to be more than 2%, but again, time will tell. And I'm excited because Spain has dramatically underspent for years and was probably below 1.5%, that this year they're going to be 2% with an economy that's growing their GDP. And so, I see a lot of great opportunities for Spain to get increased capabilities and be an equal ally with the rest of us, like they've agreed to in all the documents. On Poland, the United States is a great friend and ally to Poland, both bilaterally and within NATO. I think we are trying to end this war in Ukraine, and oftentimes, you don't go into butcher shop halfway when the sausage is being made and complain that you don't like the looks of the sausage. So, I feel like we're all on the same page. With Secretary Rubio involved in the process, I'm fairly confident that all perspectives will be considered. But at the same time, we need to find if there's a deal that can even be made. And I think it's been pretty clearly communicated that whatever was in the 28-point plan, that there are now 4 different streams. There's the NATO work, there's the EU work that have been separated out from the Russia-Ukraine peace process and the U.S.-Ukraine conversations, and those are all happening in real time. But until we have a deal, even at the basic level between Russia and Ukraine, we're just, it's premature, I think, to worry about where European fighter jets are stationed or not. But I will say this, and I think it's pretty clear, and the Secretary General has said this as well. It's very clear that that Russia is not on the North Atlantic Council, doesn't have a vote at the North Atlantic Council, and so and I don't see any peace deal changing that dynamic.
Ambassador, we're going to have to stop there. I'm still distracted by your sausage metaphor, because you do get a choice about whether to eat it at the end or not, which is one of the serious points.
Enter into it.
Serious points at issue here. Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay, we're going to have to stop there. Please join me in thanking the ambassador.
Please recommend this. Ciao, Matthew. Nice to see you again. That's very good. Thank you. Sorry. Again, thanks to that. Please, I was figure out after my teeth are gone. Thanks. You will explain to me the safety of this. First, lots of together and then for some at this point. So again, so small. I think that's great. So President Douglas just solved the offer. Johnson. Okay.
Sorry. Yes. All right. Thank you.
is Junel Sagino Remix. He's back.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Now, the devastating war on Gaza, which an increasing number of human rights experts describe as a genocide, is a stark reckoning for the entire global community. It also underscores the urgent need to confront our failures in the pursuit of accountability and in our implementation of our collective responsibilities. As the violence in Gaza continues, despite a ceasefire, The world is now being forced to re-examine not only how we arrived here, but what meaningful action is now required to prevent further suffering and further catastrophe. Our next panel discussion, The Gaza Reckoning, Reassessing Global Responsibilities and Pathways to Peace, is an opportunity for us to confront some of the hard questions and explore what a principled and practical way forward can and should look like. It is my pleasure now to introduce to the stage all of our distinguished panelists, Their Excellencies, José Manuel Álvarez, the Foreign Minister of the Kingdom of Spain, His Excellency Badr Abdelati, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Arab Republic of Egypt, Espen Barth Eide, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Norway, and Dr. Manal Radwan, Minister Plenipotentiary at the Cabinet of the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And last but not least, our moderator, Dr. Comfort Ero, CEO and President of the International Crisis Group.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this afternoon session. And ministers, really great to have you all on the stage with us this afternoon to focus on what is a number of important questions that we want to get through. I mean, it's almost 2 months since the bombs have largely, though not completely, stopped falling on Gaza, which this moment offers us a crucial time to reflect on not only the war, but the development of the last 2 months and then what happens after. And nobody needs reminding, but we should remind ourselves of just the painful cost of the war in terms of human lives lost. 70,000 dead is the most estimation, and the lives of 2 million already shattered. And the regional order has been largely transformed, with violence reverberating even in this peaceful city capital of Doha has felt the rippling effects of the war in Gaza as well. Now, ministers, while it's true that fighting has paused in Gaza, there is still the wider conflict to deal with as well. And I want to do something that I think is really important and very good that Doha has put it on the agenda, is to shine a spotlight on us, the so-called international community, and the role of the international community in this particular conflict. You know, we often use the role of we often use this terminology, international community, as though there's a community of states, community of organizations, community of leaders, like-minded, who are striving towards the same goal. But I think also I'm hoping for honesty as to why. I think a lot of people would say there have been moments of glaring failure in how the international community has been handling the Gaza crisis as well. So I would like us, as far as possible, to really be able to zoom in on what, frankly, do we mean by the international community in a day and age of the horrors that we've been watching in Gaza. So I'm going to ask you all to start with one question I'd like to put to all of you, and then I'll zoom in specifically on each of you to answer a further question. So as I said, Minister Alvarez, let me start with you, sir. We have now 2 months into the conflict and into what a lot of people are describing as President Trump's 20-point plan, as enshrined most recently in the Security Council resolution that yourselves and a number of other states were pursuing. Now, as I was listening to you this morning with the Prime Minister discussing, the plan is now stuck between a prolonged, I think you'll agree, a prolonged phase 1 and a stalled phase 2. At least that's the way in which, that's my conclusion from what the Prime Minister was saying this morning. What specific things do you think each one of you, be great to get a sense of what are the specific things that you think should happen over the next 2 months to make sure that we don't get stuck in this no war, no peace situation? And let me start with you first, Minister.
I think we have a glimpse of hope at this moment, but we really have to move very quickly to go to phase 2, and that goes through consolidating the ceasefire. It is unacceptable that we have a ceasefire that is permanently being violated. We continue having every week several dozens of innocent Palestinians being killed. This has to stop. We need massive humanitarian assistance to be able to enter to the Gaza Strip. And we have to put UN agencies at the heart and at the center of the distribution that must be done with impartiality and independence. And we must make sure that the people of Gaza, as anyone else in the world, have normal and regular access to food. Secondly, we have to make sure that very quickly, in any transitional institution, body, entity, we have the Palestinian Authority at the center and at the heart. We cannot think about the future of the Middle East, the future of Gaza, not having the Palestinians at the heart of everything we do. And as the international community, we have to make sure, we have to help the UN and the Palestinian National Authority to be at the center. Same thing when it comes to reconstruction. And finally, we focus on Gaza because there is where the war is still going on. But let's not forget about the West Bank. We need also the violence of the settlers to stop and to make sure that we continue sufficiently funding the Palestinian Authority, because there is the real risk of financial collapse of the Palestinian Authority, and that would be a catastrophe for the Palestinian people and for the whole Middle East.
Thank you for bringing that link between Gaza and the West Bank. Minister, can I just push a little bit further, because from watching from the outside in, it looks as though that the UN is playing a secondary role, that it doesn't have that traditional leading role that we normally expect from the United Nations, not the Security Council, but the UN itself, to play the role that you are suggesting that it can play. So how do you see the UN being brought in a more sort of legitimate way than it is currently playing?
I think that the real risk that we have right now is duplicity. On once creating entities and bodies that would do what the UN has been doing for decades. Very specifically, UNRWA, that is an indispensable body for the future of millions of Palestinians everywhere. We have to uphold it. It's too secondary right now. We have to bring it at the center of the table. And the same thing, if the Palestinian Authority has already things or entities that have been working, let's not make duplication of them. Let's use them for training the police, for water, for justice. Very simple things, but that can be the very first layer of a future Palestinian state.
Thank you very much. Foreign Minister Abdullahi, I see you're taking notes there, but the ministers put a spotlight on the Palestinian Authority, and Egypt, for example, has been taking sort of a leading role in the efforts to stand up a Palestinian technocratic committee to manage the Gazan affairs in the near term as well. But there's still a lack of clarity about their role vis-a-vis and their relationship vis-a-vis the Board of Peace, and we're still waiting for the formal announcement of that Board of Peace as well. But how do you see the relationship between that Palestinian technocratic committee, especially when you listen to Minister Alvarez? How do you see the relationship between them and the Board of Peace?
Well, first of all, I would like just to subscribe to what my dear friend Jose mentioned about our priorities now. We have to consolidate the ceasefire, to move forward as soon as possible to the second phase of the Trump peace plan, and as he correctly mentioned, to flood Gaza with all humanitarian and medical aid, and to prepare for the early recovery and the reconstructions of Gaza, because winter is already coming, and people are suffering, no shelters. There is nothing left there in Gaza due to the Israeli systematic destructions. As for your question, according to Security Council Resolution 2803, there are 3 transitional bodies. Stabilization Force and the Technical Administrative Palestinian Committee. And I would like to stress the fact they are all transitional, temporary entities. Their mandate, according to the Security Council resolution, should be ended by 31st of December 2027.
Yeah.
As for the Board of Peace, we are waiting now, for the formulation of the board and, of course, its mandate. And this is very, very important. And from our point of view, its main mandate should be the channeling and mobilizing more funds for the early recovery and the reconstructions of Gaza, and of course monitoring those funds, where to be spent and so on. As for the International Stabilization Force, we need to deploy this force as soon as possible on the ground, because one party, which is Israel, is every day violating the ceasefire and claiming that the other side is the one who is violating. So we need monitors. We need international forces to be deployed alongside what's so-called the yellow line, in order to verify and to monitor the upholding of the ceasefire. The mandate should be, from our point of view, of peacekeeping rather than peace enforcing, you know, and this is very, very important issue. The third body is, the Technocratic Administrative Committee. This is very important. The Palestinians, they should run their own affairs, and they are capable to do so. And of course, this body should take care of the daily life of the people, the basic services, including law enforcement, including provided judicial, policing, healthcare, you name it. Everything related to the basic services of the people in Gaza should be run by this technocratic administrative committee, till the Palestinian Authority will be empowered and will be deployed in Gaza. We have to pinpoint the fact that Gaza and the West Bank are an integral part of the independent Palestinian state, and this is very important. Separation or disengagement is not an option at all. Secondly, Gaza, we cannot afford dividing Gaza. Gaza is one unified party, and we should keep it like that in connection with the West Bank, as I mentioned. And finally, we should operate all the crossings. Israel has 5 crossings with Gaza, and as occupying power, they should open all the crossings to allow the flow of humanitarian and the medical aid into Gaza. As for Rafah crossing, as you all know, it's working, it's open 24/7 from the Egyptian side. The problem is from the other side, because the Israelis are closing the Rafah crossing from Gaza side, and we are insisting, and this is a red line for us, that the Rafah crossing will not be a gate for displacement or for putting people out of their homeland. There is no ethical or moral justification to displace the Palestinians. It's their homeland, and they should be there. Only we can allow those who are injured and they need medical assistance from outside, they can leave, and those who finish their medical assistance and their medical treatment, they should go back to Gaza, to their homeland. So it should work, as I mentioned, from the 2 directions. Otherwise, it will be impossible. And again, it's not going to be a gateway for displacement. It's only for flooding Gaza with humanitarian and medical aid.
Minister, it's I don't disagree with anything that you said, but because you've raised it yourself about Rafah and about the humanitarian needs and what you want to see Israel do, then let me press you a little bit more about Egypt's own role. Because we've watched, over time, it's a historical fact that there's been a tendency for Israel to offload Gaza onto you, but in response, Egypt has wanted to make sure that Israel is seen as the accountable occupying force and then has to play that role in managing the situation in Gaza. But things have changed fundamentally in the last 2 years that also put a burden back onto Cairo in terms of the role that you have to play in not distancing yourself from the realities that are confronting Gaza, but playing a more forceful, playing a more assertive role into Gaza, one that really shows that you are not going to stand by to allow people to be forcefully displaced, but you are going to take a firmer stand. What does that look like practically within the context of the resolution, within the context of the Board of Peace, and within the context of the Technocratic Committee as well?
Well, as you all know, according to the Trump peace plan, it has two important points: no annexation of the West Bank and no displacement. And that's why we accepted the Trump peace plan, and it's very important to focus on that, and it's attached to the Security Council Resolution 2803. Egypt will save no efforts but in their homeland and to help them, of course, to build their own state. There is no solution or sustainable security and stability for Israel or for the Middle East without the state. This is the only game in town. A part of that, all will be temporary solutions. And support Gaza with the humanitarian aid. 70% of all assistance entered into Gaza offered by the people of Egypt and the government of Egypt. From all over the world, we are talking about more than 600,000 tons of humanitarian and medical aid into Gaza. We will continue to do that. It's our responsibility, but again, Egypt is not going to govern Gaza, and no single country will govern Gaza, but only the Palestinians, they will govern themselves.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister Espen, can I go back to my very first opening question about what do we need, or what would the one thing that you would like to see to make sure that we don't get into a situation of no war, no peace, that we see a freezing scenario? How do we avoid that type of conundrum if we want to get out of the mess that we're seeing in Gaza, and where you're seeing the very dire state of lives facing Gazans? What do we need to see happen over the next coming weeks?
Thank you, Comfort. First, I want to say that I agree with everything that my two colleagues, both Abdelati and Alvarez, just said. So I'm not going to say that again, just register that. But to your specific question, I think the number one answer is get the sequencing right and get these institutions into place. Because the 20-point plan, which we all supported because all of us were in Sharm el-Sheikh together and gave our imprimatur on this Trump plan, the plan says many of the right things, but it's not very clear what happens first and what happens next. Yes, there are phases, but that means that the different parties can always say, I will do my part, but only when he has done his part, and vice versa. That's a problem. So we need to work on the sequencing, and we need to get these these temporary government institutions, the International Security Force, and the Board of Peace in place this month, because it's very urgent. And you are so right, Comfort, because we are now in a very fragile ceasefire, and we can either go forward or backward. I don't think we can stay many more weeks in this situation. The alternative is back to war, or descent into total anarchy, or we move forward. And I think those are the key answers to that question. Get the sequencing right, get the institutions in place, And as Badr Abdelati very rightly said, they are temporary, and people need to know today that they are temporary and that they are on the path towards real Palestinian governance under the PA.
Can we just zoom in, because the sequencing issue is always a conundrum in any peace process, and you've been involved in various peace processes, and it's very true that it matters how you sort of weave things together as well. But let's zoom in on the International Stabilization Force. The minister put a spotlight on the role of Israel, but Israel is also seeking one issue around decommissioning, disarmament. Now, short of using force, how else are you going to do that? And how do you begin to put a force together where you're asking people to fight? Who wants to put themselves, or which country is about to mandate its own forces to go into the kind of situation where, you know, you've got Hamas on one side and Israel on the other side, and the real demand in the room is around decommission? How do you begin to do that? What does sequencing look like with that reality as well?
So a week ago, I met the foreign minister of a large Muslim country who has said that they're ready to provide a large number of troops. But he very understandably said, what are the rules of engagement? What is the exact mandate? What are these troops going to go do? Because I have to tell my people what they're going to prepare their troops for. And that answer is not very clear. Exactly as, are they actually going to try to go down to the tunnels and fight Hamas? Or are they going to work with a Palestinian temporary authority where Hamas will actually voluntarily hand in their weapons and demobilize, which they have said they're ready to do when the institutions are in place. So it's back to the sequencing issue. And I think, frankly, it's very unlikely that we will get any consensus on an international force that will do the job of physically disarming Hamas against their will. It has to be part of a broader understanding. And to the extent you need something like that, I think it has to be Palestinian. And that's a hard sell, but I think that is one of the questions that we need to clarify very soon in order to get anywhere here. And then the International Stabilization Force will be a peacekeeping force, overlooking, reporting, making sure that this progresses, but where the key actors have to be Palestinians, including that new transitional governance, and the police officers that have actually been trained in Egypt, ready to go in when time is right.
Thank you. I'll come back to ask you a further question, but actually let me. There's another question that I have at the top of my mind. This has very much been described as an American peace plan, and each of you have had a role to play in getting us to Sharm el-Sheikh as well. And I wanted to ask you specifically, Minister, about whether this plan itself, because it's seen as an American plan, whether that itself is a challenge in terms of the progress going forward in getting it to be internationally acceptable, or whether you think the fact that you've got a major player like the United States gives it the necessary leverage, strength that it requires to get it past the first two phases as well.
So, Comfort, my answer to that is yes, it's an American plan, which is a good thing, because that's why this could be, President Trump could speak with a strong voice to Netanyahu that he had to accept this plan. So it needed to be an American plan, but it picks up key elements of an Arab plan, which Jose Manuel and I have been supporting, but the main actors are our regional friends, and this has been very much what Spain and Norway and Slovenia and Ireland saw, that we needed to link up to a very promising initiative among a number of Arab and Muslim countries to come forward with this element of this plan. So when we all met in New York a month or two before the ceasefire, we spelled out some more elements of this plan, and this is not identical to the Trump plan, but there are elements in the Trump plan that you can recognize from that plan. Could it have been better? Yes, it could be more specific on timelines and sequence, but it's much better than any realistic alternative that has been on the table in a manner that could be implemented. So I think there have been many contributors to getting us to where we are, but it was important that President Trump himself, in person, was convinced that there was something to build on from this idea that you can't just, you can't just stop the war in Gaza and believe the problem is solved. There is a deeper problem. This is one of many wars. At best, this particular war in Gaza is over. There have been many, but the deeper underlying conflict is the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, and that is, only beginning to be solved at best. And here is why we need to build this bridge from the immediate need of stopping this war and feeding people and getting the sort of key infrastructure in place in order to build a political solution which will take away the cause for new wars.
I mean, thank you. That's a really nice way to segue to Minister Manor, because one of the roles that Saudi Arabia has been focused on is the notion of a two-state solutions, and the global alliance that you've been working with France and other countries of the global south to make sure that we don't lose sight of the original focus of the Arab Peace Initiative that your country has driven as well. Are the two compatible today? The Trump 20-point peace plan, the resolution that was signed by the Security Council, does that framework sit side by side very well with that global alliance for a two-state solution? Or do you think that it's now become a challenge? The reason I raise it is that there's a sense in which that original idea may have been watered down or become vaguer within the context of the 20-point peace plan.
Well, thank you, Comfort. And, I want to first start by thanking the State of Qatar and commending them for this very important forum, which is a demonstration and a testimony to Qatar's role in bringing stability and security not only to our part of the world, but the whole world at large. And thank you also for International Crisis Group for the great work that you've been doing. I want to correct one thing, and I want to say the Global Alliance for the Implementation of the Two-State Solution is an idea that came out after many different diplomatic efforts. Spain has led the way beforehand, and the Global Alliance is actually between Norway, Saudi Arabia, and the EU, and even that Saudi Arabia's partner in this as a chair of the Arab OIC, so it brings in a lot of partners into this. And I want to say that the Global Alliance has centered around the idea of implementation and around the fact that almost everyone in the international community agrees that the two-state solution is the only solution forward. So if that is so, then it is asking people what is it that they are going to do to bring this implementation and make it possible. You ask me, is this compatible with the 20-point peace plan? I would say yes, of course, because also the 20-point peace plan was something that Egypt to Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Jordan and others have also played a very important role in shaping with the United States. It actually brings hope that there is a peace plan that has the President of the United States be committed to, and we all know that a leader-driven diplomacy is the best diplomacy and the most best way to ensure implementation, which is exactly brings us back to the Global Alliance and the effort that has been put there. And if you see that the 20-point plan does not only address the crisis that is happening in front of us, but it actually talks about Palestinian self-determination, and it talks about a political path, which again is very much aligned with the Global Alliance. We hope that moving forward, first, I think I want to also go back to say that I want to say that the most crucial thing avoid redefinition and moving, again, very important objectives that the plan laid forward. whether it is the importance of sequencing or whether it is the importance to realize that, first of all, Gaza is not a case on its own. This is extremely important. Gaza is about the Palestinian conflict. It is not just about Gaza. So we have to be very, very careful about that. And if we talk about security, or if we talk about humanitarian access, or if we talk about the plight of moving from one stage to the other, we cannot do that in absence of the ultimate objective. And the ultimate objective is security for all. It is regional integration, which is embedded in the realization of a Palestinian state. If we don't have that in mind, then there is no plan in the world will be able to drive us not only from one stage to the next, but also to prevent another spiral of violence.
Can I, Minister Espen wants to come in, but I just want to ask you a further question. You seem to imply, or you are suggesting that there should be consequences for any of the actors who seeks to block the process. What kind of consequences are you suggesting?
Well, one important element which I have alluded to, which is we cannot be open to redefinition and renegotiation of what we have already agreed to, and also what was issued as a Security Council resolution that was passed and welcomed by all parties. So we cannot go back and redefine what we mean by ceasefire, what we mean even by disarmament, what we mean by a Palestinian-led process in governing Gaza, also what is implied in unification of Gaza and the West Bank, and the ultimate objective of the Palestinians' right to self-determination. We cannot be redefining these things back and forth and getting ourselves into a sidetrack that gets us into so many details about what, who, when, and we lose sight of the overall and the core of the conflict. Yeah. And I want to say that we have seen this movie before. We have seen this cycle before, although the last episode in Gaza was very devastating and maybe the most devastating, but we have arrived at this stage before where there is a war in Gaza, then there is an engagement by the international community, then there is a search for humanitarian assistance, and then political fatigue, and then we forget about it. But only that we could see another more violent cycle of violence erupt. And the idea which is central to this, if we do not ensure the security and the political aspiration of Palestinians being fulfilled, then there is no security for anyone, including Israel and including the rest of the region, but also the world at large.
Espen, I know you want to come in on that, and a question that I want from all four of you as well is to be very specific about what do we mean about linking Gaza and the West Bank together in practical terms, what that means within the context of this current plan. Espen, please.
No, I just want to say that what Dr. Manal Radwan just said is just so incredibly important. It's a 20-point plan. All the points matter. They are connected. It's a compromise between several inputs. It has been endorsed by the Security Council, and we had a very impressive display of top leaders in Sharm el-Sheikh saying that this is the plan, and 4 guarantors to look after that, including both the host country, Qatar, and Egypt, of course, and Turkey and the US. So it's very, very, very important that all these elements are implemented, because there will be people who would only want pieces of it, and there's a real risk that there will be a lot of attempts to try to say, I mean, I prefer point this, that, and 7, you know, whatever, but not the rest. And if that happens, the whole thing will unravel. And I just so strongly want to endorse what she just said, because this is the outcome of of fast but very sincere conversation of where we have to go. And point 19 of the 20-point plan is what points towards the long-term objective of a Palestinian state. It could have been clearer, but it's clear enough that it suggests where we are supposed to head. And I want to say one thing, that there are so many Western countries who say only if the PA reforms. Well, I'm all for reform, and I'm actually working with them on specific reforms every single day. But we cannot say that as you know, the right to self-determination is not dependent on whether you fulfill a reform. I mean, you cannot get it that way. It's the other way around. You shall be independent, and we will help you, and reform will take you faster to that road. That's two different things.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. Could I ask the four of you, because as we're watching what is happening in Gaza, we're watching a very different acceleration of annexation happening in the West Bank. And you've all pointed to linking Gaza with the West Bank, but what does that mean in practical terms, especially vis-a-vis a messaging, enforcement, consequences towards Israel? Minister, let me start with you, because I know that you've often voiced your concern and asked for the European Union to take a stronger stance on Israel. And right now, I don't see how you get to link the two without addressing this conundrum that you've raised yourself.
For me, it's three things. The first one is to make clear that we will never recognize any type of annexation. That is completely out of question. That's as a principled position. The second one, in the short term, is very simple things, like who will be delivering the humanitarian aid and water, justice, police and security. All those things must be from channeling to training, to taking care of that under one single Palestinian Authority. Once again, let's not duplicate. That's the first way of bringing both of them together.
And you heard what Minister Espen said about this notion that you want a reformed PA, that idea that the European member states often push. You will take that message back to your other colleagues.
And I think that one thing is wrong. We are asking the Palestinian Authority to deliver as if we were talking about a European state. When we see that they are being all the time undermined, we see how the taxes that they should be getting are being withheld by Israel. So if we give them the means to be able to deliver, then we can hold them accountable. But first, I agree totally with Aspen, let them deliver. And at the end, for me, bringing both together is very simple. Is Gaza and the West Bank connected by a corridor with an exit to the sea and its capital in Jerusalem, in East Jerusalem, under one single authority. We start with very simple things: water, justice, police, security, and then the final horizon is very clear.
Thank you very much. Minister, please, over to you.
Well, again, I mean, the connectivity between Gaza and the West Bank is extremely important. You know, we cannot speak about final solution. We cannot speak about stability in the region without, as I mentioned, having the Palestinian state. And Palestinian state means Gaza and the West Bank, all territories occupied on the 5th of June 1967. The situation in the West Bank is not, you know, is even more worse than in Gaza. You know, every day you have attacks by the settlers to terrorize the civilians. They are pushing them from remote areas into a heavily populated cities with one objective later on to displace them. And this is the same what they are trying to do in Gaza. So settlers' violence, also the confiscation of lands, settlement activities. This settlement, I mean, plan to which will divide the north of West Bank from the south, it will make the realization of the Palestinian state on the ground impossible. So we have to be careful also on what's happening in the West Bank. And again, as Espen mentioned, we have to deal with the Trump peace plan as an integral part, as one unit. It's been stipulated that withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza should be implemented within the second phase of the Trump peace plan. And this is very, very important. And without that, I mean, we cannot talk about stability in the region. Also, political horizon in the Trump peace plan, this is very, very important. It's not all about security measures, about ceasefire, about humanitarian and medical aid. It's more than that. Without creating hope for the people in Gaza and the West Bank, and without having a political horizon which will lead to the realization of the Palestinian state, I don't think that we will have stability. And one final issue with regard to the connectivity between Gaza and the West Bank is the Palestinian Authority. And this is very important. We have to empower the Palestinian Authority to be deployed in Gaza in order to ensure the unity and the integration between Gaza and the West Bank.
Thank you very much. We've got just over 2 minutes left, and I want to end with Manuel and then with Minister Espen as well. How do you avoid a situation, Manuel, proposed peace, but one that reflects truly what Palestinians want? How does Saudi see its role in making sure that the peace that comes in is not one that is imposed from the outside, but it lives up to the expectations that you set?
Well, first of all, it needs to be Palestinian-led. The Palestinians need to be front and center. And that is very obvious from all the diplomatic efforts that we are trying to do, and the voice of the Palestinians that we want to carry over everywhere, including with the United States. But let me say one thing about reform, because I think your question is extremely important. Look, the Palestinians have been reforming for the past 30 years. And we have President Mahmoud Abbas had put a robust reform plan that he committed himself to, because this is good for the Palestinians. Saudi Arabia, of course, is committed, and we work on a daily basis with the PA to help in its reform plan. But what we need is actually to really get into a sustainable peace and security, and to end this conflict, and to implement President Trump's 20 peace plan, and to implement the Security Council resolution, is a reformed Israeli government. We have an Israeli government that opposes the two-state solution. We have an Israeli government that has officials continuously entice against Palestinians, against Arabs, against Muslims. We don't see that we have a partner for peace, not even a partner for a sustainable ceasefire. So that is the actual and the important reform that we are hoping to see.
I'm going to cut it off there, Espen. I was going to bring you in because the way in which you ended, I think, is already an important point, that you need a partner for peace on the other side, and that is part of the next sort of critical conundrum that we need to address when we think about all the lessons from all the way that all four of you have worked effectively as partners to get us to September, and now to get to the next going months. Espen, you're going to force me to give you the final word. Please go ahead. I'm not going to stop you.
But for exactly the reason that Manal mentioned, we have to take away the de facto veto that Israel has endured for decades.
Right.
They have a voice, but they cannot be the sole decider of what happens to a territory that they illegally occupy.
A perfect way to end our session. Thank you so much, all four of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Ero, for guiding this discussion on Gaza. Thank you to all of your panelists as well. As I invite you to take your seats, a reminder that what we discussed here, this vital discussion, is one that strikes at the very heart, at the very core of our theme here at the Doha Forum this year. Transforming dialogue into concrete action for justice.